Hi there, Mimi. What were you doing? How'd your stream go?
And I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
You know what? I will take the sniper.
Hey, Karn. At some point, I would like to show you this. This is
Is that a
the
headshot?
mold I picked for a review. How'd it go? Let's do this thing. Hey, okay. See me at some of the games I play? I'm definitely not the best. It just eventually gives in after I beat my head against the damn wall. Have I gotten better? Or just more stubborn? Hi, Cross. Wait a minute, I need... better from... There we go. Exactly. Ah. You know what? Just because you said that, card. Right. No. Twitch integrated throwing system. The thing that lets you all do this.
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
Love you too, card.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
To go and pin a message on YouTube. Did you ever get more emotes? Let's see, what am I looking at right now? So, for emote slots I have available, I have the 5 for the follows. So anybody who follows can use them while they're in the channel. I have 13 total for tier 1 subs. Then 1 additional for tier 2, tier 3. And then I have the bits for 1k, 5k, 10k, and 25k bits. For animated emotes, I'm allowed 12. If I do something, I can get 2 more, so up to 14. And it looks like I get the next emote unlock at 115 subscriber points. Which it looks like the current number is at 31 subs. So yeah, I'm not expecting to get the next one unlocked for fucking anytime soon. But still, it is fun. Neat little goal to go for. So, under recognition that this chapter is a little bit bigger, I'm gonna try paying more attention to the book. After I do that, I just opened the book too. Okay, get back. Levigard. I know I did. Okay. Opening the book again. I'm not letting you in, Milo. I'm gonna have to open the door to let you out and let you back in 4 fucking times. No. Well, I suppose this is how it goes, Lawrence murmured. Hmm? Otto looked over at him, her face half hidden by the cup from which she drank. Nothing. Don't spill that. Otto drained her cup of Lenos' famously strong ale, then picked up a slightly charred shellfish. The clams were taken from the river that flowed past Lenos, the Rome. They're about the size of Hodo's hand. A delicacy famous in the town was made by taking soft clam meat, mixing it with breadcrumbs, and then serving it on the shell. Served with mustard seed, it was hard to imagine a finer accompaniment to good ale. Hodo had uttered a cry of delight at seeing so many river scows anchored along the curve in the port. But her heart was soon stolen by the delicious scents wafted from the food vendors, who had their stalls set up to feed the hungry passengers, either beginning or ending their voyages. They sat at the table constructed from old wooden crates. In front of Hodo were 3 servings of clams, plus the 2 ales she had already drained. Lawrence endured a nasty look from Hodo when he ordered mulled wine, not unlike what Arold had been drinking earlier. With this tartness, all he needed now was time to properly enjoy the wine. Still, at a glance, it doesn't look like there's any particular problem with this town, said Lawrence. Crates as big as a man were being unloaded from the scows and pried open by the groups of merchants, who immediately began dickering over the contents, whatever they might be. A port of this size handled a staggering amount of goods, and even without the port, it was clear at a glance that a town like this would demand a massive concentration of materials. It wasn't just the food required daily, for example. The lumber industry needed not only timber, but also tools, saws, chisels, nails, hammers. So traveling metal workers would come to the town to repair and maintain those tools. Packaging and overland transport of the lumber took rope and leatherwork and horses or donkeys. With the tack those animals required, the list went on and on. Also, the simple fact that the town was a port meant that shipbuilders and their tools were a brisk trade, as were ships themselves. Only an omniscient deity could hope to grasp the amounts and varieties of goods involved. Looking at the overwhelming liveliness and energy of this motley port town, any subtle, small problems would be immediately lost in the jumble. Using a knife she had borrowed from Lawrence, Hodo deftly scooped its clam out of its shell and popped it in her mouth. Scanning their surroundings upon hearing Lawrence's words, she then took a drink of ale. From far away, the forest can seem calm, even when two wolf packs are in a fierce battle for territory within it. Even with your eyes and ears, you cannot tell that from afar? Hodo did not immediately answer, instead looking down with exaggerated gravity and twitching her ears beneath her hood. Normally, Lawrence would have grown impatient with Hodo, who would have then teased him, but today he had his tart mulled wine. He sipped it and waited for her response. Can you see over there? She asked after a time, pointing with a knife she held to a man surrounded by some kind of steam. The man leaned against a large, waist-high bucket, which had been filled to heaping with finely crushed rock. He was thickly muscled, and it was not hard to imagine him as a pirate. He scowled, and the object of that scowl was a slim merchant holding a bundle of what might have been sheepskins. Lawrence nodded in response to Hodo's question. The man's angry. Oh? It seems the tax on the ship's cargo was too high, and he does not want to hand over the goods at the original price. Something about a head price. A hostage tax. Because ships heading up the river are essentially hostages of the landlord that owns that section of the river. In any case, the skinny fellow's reply is this. The town's in crisis because the military did not hold its northern campaign here. He's saying that they should be grateful to get any money at all. Every winter, the church funded a great military campaign into the Northlands as a way of displaying its power. But a shadow had fallen over the relationship between the church and the nation of Bologna, through which its campaign passed. So, this year's incursion had been cancelled. As a consequence, Lawrence had once been driven to the brink of bankruptcy. Lawrence looked at Hodo a bit surprised. She continued to listen carefully, head bowed and eyes shut. Then Lawrence looked back at the two men. Even from a distance, he could see the merchant give what seemed to be his final word on the subject of the sailor. In that case, you and those furs can just wait for the outcome of the meeting, said Hodo, opening her eyes. Was it too far-fetched to consider that it was merely standing on Hodo's shoulders? Lawrence wondered. There are many conversations like this one, I'd say. Or... taxes are too high, northern campaign, town imports, and so on. Hodo scraped the meat out of her clam as she spoke. The more meat accumulated on the blade of the knife, the more her attention turned to it. By the time she finally brought the pile of meat to her mouth, the blade might as well have been the whole of creation as far as she was concerned. Now that you mention it, I reckon there's no way a town funded on distribution wouldn't feel the effects of a canceled northern campaign. And that's how I got into trouble back in Rubenhagen. But what's the relationship between that and the encampment of merchants outside the town, mused Lawrence. If conditions in this town were abnormal, then abnormal business opportunities would follow. Lawrence was lost deep in thought until Hodo gave a vulgar burp and pounded on the table. You want seconds? Lawrence's attention was utterly captured by the situation in Lenos. A quick cost-benefit calculation made it clear that if he could get Hodo to be quiet, or perhaps even help him in his conjectures, buying her a drink or two was a bargain. He hailed the shopkeeper and ordered again, at which Hodo gave a satisfied smile, cocking her head. I dare say, the wine you just ordered is more for your sake than my own. I become drunk on liquor, but your liquor is something different entirely. Her pleased face had a slight flush to it. Evidently, she had noticed that though Lawrence would generally have hesitated and furrowed his brow, this time he ordered her another round without any trouble at all. Aye. But it takes coin to buy liquor, while becoming drunk on the business opportunities right in front of your eyes is free. And you're surely thinking that if I stopped my howling or even deigned to assist you, a drink or two would be a small price to pay, are you not? She was a pint-sized giant. Lawrence expressed his capitulation to Hodo, who had a fleck of ale foam at the corner of her mouth. Though 'tis amusing to watch you puzzle things over, I'll sit here drinking and watch from the side, said Hodo. When the odor of wine was and crackling, hot from the fire, clams came back. Lawrence handed a few worn-out copper ryut coins to the shopkeeper, looking steadily at Hodo. I imagine I should glance at you ever so often and make sure you haven't disappeared. He passed a full cup of ale to Hodo and smiled. Not bad. Hodo was a tough grader, so Lawrence took this compliment. Why, thank you, he said sagely. Go ahead and wait for the ad to finish. You're currently about done with page 49. This chapter ends up at... When does this chapter end? $128. At least we got 3 full page, like 3 full page illustrations. That's 3 less pages. amazing. Thank you. Oh. One of the people I was lurking has raided out. Let's go ahead and update who I'm lurking then. You raided me last night. Let's go ahead and lurk you. Hi there, cat. Morning, Zed. Sounds good, Zed. And away we shall go. A bit before midday, Lawrence wound up walking around Lenos by himself. Hodo found herself surprised by the degree to which the travel fatigue that still lingered exaggerated the effects of the alcohol. She could get to her feet easily enough, but she was so sleepy, there was nothing for it. Lawrence saw her back to the inn, simultaneously at a loss and slightly amused. Part of Hodo hated the idea of Lawrence sticking his nose into whatever was going on in this town. Looking back at their experiences so far, Lawrence couldn't really disagree with her. But if he looked even further back, to experiences before his time with Hodo, it became even more difficult to sit still. Thus, it was rather convenient to now be able to wander around the town as he pleased. Not that he had any particularly close acquaintances here. After a moment of agonizing over it, Lawrence ultimately decided to head for a tavern for which he had once done business. It was an establishment with a strange name, The Beast and the Fishtail. A large bronze sign cast in the shape of a rodent hung from the eaves. The curious, clever creature it depicted built dams across rivers and had a mammal's body, except for its wide, flat tail and webbed, petal-like rear feet, which had caused the church to declare it a fish. Thus, despite the delicious, savory smell of cooking meat that wafted out of the tavern, it attracted a not insignificant number of clergy, no matter how much, quote, fish they ate. No one could criticize them. While the tavern's ability to serve this rare meat made it popular in the evenings, at this hour, not yet midday, even the Beast and Fishtail were mostly empty. There were no customers, only a shop girl sitting at a table in the corner, mending her apron. "Are you open?" Lawrence asked from at the entrance. A piece of thread held in the corner of her mouth, The red-haired girl lifted her apron to examine her work, smiling playfully. I just patched a hole. Have a look, said the fetching lass in reply. I'll pass. You know what they say, eyes like daggers and all. If I look too closely, I'm liable to open holes anew. Of coffee and shed a spawn as breakfast. Sounds good, Zed. Thank you, Cat. I love your YouTube name, by the way. Gonna go ahead and do that. Why not? I already gave you a sword, so a wrench ain't much more. There you go. Either milk. I'm not opening the door for you, Milo. Yep. The wrench is the moderator. I thought I did. Oh my god, Cat. There's Suki. I mean, it is, Cat. It is. I use YouTube at once in a blue moon. Well, I'm glad I shot over to Twitch when I did, because, well, it means I got to meet y'all. The girl put her needle away in a sewing box, and then stood and tied on the newly mended apron, shaking her head playfully. So, the reason my apron wears thin is from customers staring at it rather than me. God damn it. 1 second. Okay. That sounds good, Cat. Thank you for the lurk in both areas. Trying to revive the YouTube, so you know what? I should, while I'm sitting here, I should put that on a timer. Add timer. The fuck? Hello. Browser. The fuck? Weird. I don't know why you like locked up right there. Add. There we go. Better. Thank you for the lurk milk. No doubt the girl had dealt with many a drunken patron. But as a merchant, Lawrence couldn't very well lose this little duel of wits. I'm sure they're merely being thoughtful. They don't wish to ruin your beauty by staring a new nostril into your nose, after all. Oh, that's a shame. That might let me sniff out suspicious customers a bit more easily, said the girl ruefully as she finished cinching up her apron. Lawrence slumped, defeated. He had to give the girl credit. She giggled. I guess it's true that out-of-town customers really are different. So, what'll it be? Wine? A meal? 2 orders of fishtail. Wrapped, please. A momentary look of worry passed over the girl's face, probably because the sounds of clattering pots issued from the kitchen. They were most likely preparing the lunches to serve the rush of workers that would soon be coming from the docks. I'm not in a hurry, said Lawrence. Perhaps some wine, then? In other words, was he willing to wait? Lawrence smiled at the girl's business acumen and then nodded. We've barley and grape wine, as well as pear. Pear wine this time of year? Fruit wine spoils quickly. For some reason, it never went bad in storage. Oops, said the girl, covering her mouth in an exaggerated fashion. The tavern always had been jam-packed when Lawrence had visited before, so he'd never had a proper conversation with this girl. But now it was easy to see that the tavern owed the comely lass much of its success. Pear, then. Coming right up. Just a moment, if you please. She disappeared in the back of the tavern. Her skirt, which was a dark ashen red that made it impossible to know its original color, fluttering behind her. A clever, cheerful barmaid like her in a port town such as this might wind up the wife of a second son of a successful merchant with many a ships to his name. Or she might turn a cold shoulder to any rich man or pretty lad that had come courting, instead falling for a completely normal merchant that happened into the tavern. When it came to knowing where a purchased commodity should be taken, Lawrence had some idea. The sort of thing was outside his area of expertise. If he asked Hodo, she probably would have told him the truth. But that was somehow frustrating. Here you are. The rest will take a bit more time, but that will give you a chance to answer any that will give you a chance to ask any questions you might have. She really was a clever girl. If he could get her to talk to Hodo, it would be a magnificent display. Merchants coming in here at this time of day really only have one thing on their minds. If it is something I can answer, I'll be more than happy to, said the girl. I'll pay first. Lawrence put 2 dark copper coins before taking the cup of pear wine. In this tavern, 1 copper was enough for 2 or 3 cups. The girl's face was now the very image of a tavern barmaid. And... yes, it's nothing serious. The town seems a bit different than usual. I suppose I was to ask about the encampment of merchants just outside the walls. Given the generosity of the tip, the girl probably expected to be asked for some inside information on one of the trading companies. She seemed relieved to hear Lawrence's actual question. Oh, them? They all deal in furs or fur-related products. Furs? Quite. About half of them have come from afar to buy up furs. The other half deal in materials needed for tanning and treating furs and skins. Let's see. Lime and alum? They were the most common materials needed for tanning work. Pigeon droppings, strangely, were also used. If the skins were to be dyed, many more goods would be needed. That sounds right, yes. Lawrence thought back to Aurald's words. There was no question the Council of 50's meeting had something to do with the fur trade. And you want to know why all those merchants are camped out there, right? Well, right now, all the leaders of this town are meeting to decide whether or not to sell furs to them. In the meantime, buying and selling furs is forbidden, so naturally, the craftsmen don't know whether there's any point in buying any of the supplies they need for tanning. So that's where we are right now. Having been asked about it over and over again, the girl was probably used to explaining the matter. But if it was true, the situation was serious. So, what caused this? Asked Lawrence, forgetting about his pear wine entirely. That thing, you know, where lots of people come through in the wintertime? The Northern Campaign? Right, that. It was cancelled. So they say none of the usual people are coming through to buy leather clothes. Usually there would be a lot more people in the city this time of year. When people came, so too some came coin. Furs from the north were especially popular in the south, so they made excellent souvenirs. So, but why was there a meeting entirely discussing whether to prohibit the fur trade entirely? Were the merchants camped in front of the town? Were the merchants camped in front of the town not there to purchase furs? Even without the normal boom in leather clothing sales that came from the Northern Campaign, shouldn't they sell to what buyers had come? He needed more information. I understand that the usual people that come through to buy leather clothing aren't around this this year. But shouldn't they still sell to the merchants outside the town? Lawrence asked. The girl looked up at the untouched cup of pear wine in Lawrence's hand, and with a smile gestured for him to drink. She had an instinctual understanding of how to incite a man. If he tried to resist, she would either become irritated or flirt emptily with him. He merely put the cup to his lips, at which point the girl smiled as if to say, "Good answer." Knights and mercenaries, they're free with their coin, but the merchants that come to town are as miserably as they come. She played idly with 2 copper coins that Lawrence had set down. I've been given things, overly frilly dresses like some nobleman's daughter would wear, really expensive ones, but... Oh, Lawrence mouthed. When he was out drinking with Horo, had it been dulled by the wine. I see now. Before it's made into clothing, skins are surprisingly cheap. But once they're made into clothing, they won't sell. The money coming into the town will drop. The girl smiled beautifully. Yeah. Girl smiled beautifully. Like a saint with a humble supplicant before her, as if to say, "Well done." With this, Lawrence could see the basic situation. However, before he could take a step back and confirm all the details, the girl suddenly leaped forward across the table, softly clutching one of the copper coins to her breast. Her expression shifted. So far, you could hear this from any floozy in any tavern in town, she said, her words turning a bit vulgar as she looked at him through upturned eyes. Chin tucked down. Lawrence tried to look at her, but her posture naturally drew his gaze to her slender, shapely collarbone. The last certainly understood how to press an intoxicated patron. Lawrence reminded himself that this was about business. Like, second. That's okay, Karn. I wonder what you're finding. Ah, okay. I really can't judge you with those very much.
More! More!
Those are pretty in line with some of the people I've bought from. Thank you for the bit. How you doing, miss? I'd have to put more time in thinking. Right now I'm distracted by a little shit that is just whining loud enough to potentially wake up the sleeping person. Lay down. No. Lay down. Well, still, no. Love you, Karn. No. The ones I... Okay, Karn, looking at them more. The ones I judged you on were you didn't really... Okay. Let's say the reference sheet that you did. That should have been a little higher given the amount of detail you had to put into it. And like if you have to, and let's say hypothetically a rendered full body. If you, I could see definitely adding more or adding a percentage more for every additional person. But having like for every subsequent person added in, depending on how much of the body is showing, I could see adding another 50 to, or half to 2/3 the price of the one person for every subsequent. That's kind of what I was meaning. I love you, Brat. So, but still, even getting that far, proud of you. I want to see you succeed. Oh, and actually, fuck it. Because it's procting up right now. Or popping up right now. Yeah, I took another through Stream Elements. I took another little HelloFresh sponsorship. Because, fuck it. Why not? Anybody who does want to try it, use that code and, well, you get a little bit off and I get a little kickback from them. Definitely a win-win. Realistically, if anybody does that, anything I would get from it probably be a month or two before I get the money from them. I'd probably put a pretty sizable amount of that toward the our next giveaway or something. Actually, fuck it. My birthday's in 3.5 months. Yeah, shit. We can just do some big giveaway or something on my birthday. That's just helped by if anybody tries HelloFresh. I personally used them for like a year and a half. They're not too bad. Like for anybody who usually eats out, like you can get, I think every meal that you get, you can either get in 2 or 4 portion amounts. Obviously it's a standard thing. The more you get, the more you save, kind of thing. The cheaper it gets. When we were getting it, it was $50 to $60 a week, which end up being like $12 to $15 a meal on average. Because we had two different meals at 2 servings per meal, so which is comparable for a decent lunch. Like I'm pretty sure you'll spend more at Olive Garden or like insert restaurant here. Fuck, depending on what you get, you'll spend more at fucking McDonald's. And what you get from HelloFresh is a fuck of a lot better. So, if you got the money and want to try it, that's pretty good food. I send a little recipe card. I have a big ass fucking binder just full with recipe cards that I still make every now and again. Well, 3 binders. 1 for beef, 1 for chicken, and 1 for everything else. Make sure you use the app. Because the app means you get to be selective on what you get every single month. Every week. I think our shipments arrived on Thursday when we got it. And we had up until Sunday? Or was it whatever. It was... You had up until a certain day to pick the following week's food. And for how they pack them, there was one day where it's totally slipped our mind. And the package was delivered at our door at like 10 a.m. during a Texas summer. And I kind of had my, oh shit, it's here at like 6:37 p.m. Shit was still frozen. The ice packs were still solid. Well, mostly solid. They pack that shit well. Hi there, Luco. I'm doing well. We're just talking about the HelloFresh we got going on. I don't know how long the shipping actually lasts from wherever they pack it to when it arrives. But yeah, they pack it very fucking well. So,
Hello there.
hello, Laris. Let's see. Ads are now over. Let's go ahead and continue. Yeah, so far doing pretty well today. I'm not gonna finish the second chapter. I know I'm not going to. But let's go ahead and continue the reading. We're currently on page 55. Let's see. The last certainly understood how to press an intoxicated patron. Lawrence reminded himself this was about business. One must treat generous customers properly, after all, said the girl. Let's keep what I'm about to tell you between the two of us, shall we? Lawrence nodded, pretending to be entirely taken in by the girl's actions. There's an 8 or 9/10 chance the merchants outside the town will be banned from buying furs. Though, I'm sure the craftsmen and fur brokers will be angry. How do you know this? Lawrence asked. The girl only closed her mouth enticingly. Lawrence's intuition told him that the girl's source of information was solid, and it was likely a member of the Council of 50, was also a patron of the tavern. But she, of course, could not say so. She did not explain this fact, since her statement had been nothing more than talking to herself, and its veracity was impossible to gauge. In a way, she might have been testing Lawrence, as otherwise, she would hardly be letting slip such vital information. I'm a simple barmaid, so I care little for the price of furs. But merchants like you enjoy such things with your ale, do you not? Aye, though that we sometimes drink too much, said Lawrence with his best merchant smile. The girl smiled slightly, her eyes closing. A good tavern sends all its patrons home drunk. I'd be pleased if you were among them. Well, I've drunk my wine, so I'm sure I'll feel it soon. The girl opened her eyes. The smile was on her lips, but it did not reach her eyes. Lawrence was about to open his mouth to speak, but a voice from the kitchen called for the girl. Ah, it seems your food is ready, she said, standing from the chair, returning to the barmaid she had been when Lawrence had first entered the tavern. By the way, sir, she said, looking over her shoulder before leaving the table. Yes? Do you have a wife? Lawrence was taken momentarily aback at the unexpected question, but perhaps thanks to Hodo constantly springing traps upon him, he was able to recover and reply. My coin purse's strings are not tied. However, my reins are firmly held. The girl grinned widely, as though she were talking to a friend. My, but that's frustrating. I'm sure she's a fine person, too. She seemed to have some pride in her ability to cajole her drunken male customers. And even Lawrence might well have been drawn in easily had he not met Hodo, or had been a bit drunker. But if he is to say so, it'd be like rubbing salt in the poor girl's wounded pride. If you've the chance, do bring her by the tavern, she said. Aye, said Lawrence, and he mostly meant it. A conversation between this girl and Hodo would be a thing to see, though as a bystander, he might get sucked into something terrible. Wait just a moment then, I'll go get your food. My thanks. The girl headed back into the kitchen, her skirt fluttering again behind her. Lawrence watched her go as he brought the cup of pear wine to his lips. Even other people could tell, he realized, that Hodo was very important to him. Holding the hot, cloth-wrapped package of tail meat, Lawrence headed down to the broad avenue that ran along the docks to take another look at the boats moored there. With the new information from the barmaid, the scows did indeed seem a bit different. Looking closely, Lawrence could see how straw or hempen cloth had been used to cover the goods piled high in the boat's decks. Many of the boats themselves were tied fast to the wharves, as though they did not expect to leave anytime soon. Some of them, of course, were merely passing the winter in town, but the number seemed a bit high for that to be the only explanation. At a wild guess, those were the boats that were carrying either furs or the materials needed to process furs. The volume of fur transactions in Lenos was large enough that it was called the City of Lumber and Fur. Being a mere traveling merchant, Lawrence could not easily estimate the number the total amount of fur traded in this town. But if a fur merchant were to buy up a single chest-high barrel of squirrel pelts, that could easily come to 3,500, even 4,000 furs. The fact that such barrels were constantly rolling through the city made him feel practically faint. What kind of profound impact would freezing the fur trade have on this town? But he could understand Lettuce's efforts to try to collect as much tax as they could. And the fact was a foreign merchants. And the fact that what... God damn it, tongue-tied. This is why I don't claim to be professional. But he could understand Lettuce's efforts to try to collect as much as tax as they could. And the fact was that foreign merchants who bought only raw furs instead of clothing left many towns' craftsmen by the wayside. It was common knowledge that in any business, crafted processed items made from raw materials had much better profit margins. Nevertheless, with the northern campaigns cancelled, the lack of travelers from the south meant there was absolutely no guarantee there'd be any way to turn such goods into coin. Setting aside the quality of furs and the quality of the tanning, there was any number of towns whose clothing craftsmen were superior to Lenos. To take the clothing that would normally have flown off the shelves as souvenirs and instead pay the shipping cost involved exporting it to some other town would involve significant difficulty. Lenos felt that, from the town's perspective, it'd be better for them to decide to go ahead and sell furs to the waiting merchants, even if they had to overcome the craftsmen's resistance to do so. The reason so many merchants gathered in Lenos was because of the high-quality furs that came through the town. Such furs would command a fair price. But the barmaid said the Council 50 was going to prohibit fur purchasing. Which left only a few possibilities. To begin with, it was odd the merchants were camped outside of town. Merchants would happily drive someone else to ruin if they decided it would bring a profit. It was unimaginable that a large group of them would simply assemble and wait patiently. Well, there was clearly some other authority at work here. But whether it was a giant tailors guild headquartered in a town famous for its sartorial products far across the Western Sea, or some dizzyingly massive company trying to monopolize a fur trade, Lawrence did not know. Whatever the thing was, it wielded tremendous power. And the minds that ran Lenos knew it. Lawrence determined as he passed through the entrance of the docks and into the hustle and bustle. The merchants outside the town were no doubt making their case. You'll be in a tough spot if you don't sell your furs, they would say. Shall we buy them up for you? Though that alone will not avail you forever. Shall we come next year and the year after that? If Lenos swallowed this, it'd become nothing more than a place where furs were gathered, then passed along. And once that happened, consolidation of fur itself would eventually be taken over by some outsider and removed from the town. However, the reason the townspeople didn't simply turn the merchants away was because of craftsman's opposition. This problem didn't stop with the town. It would engulf the landed nobility, to which this town was connected as well. When an economic problem turned political, the amount of money it took to solve would jump by 3, sometimes 4 digits. This was a battle between titans, where the expectations of individual merchants were utterly meaningless. Lawrence scratched his beard. The coin involved must be incredible, he said to himself. He hadn't talked to himself in quite some time, and it felt good. Like taking off shoes that had been worn for a week straight. The bigger the amount of money in play, the bigger the leftovers might be. And a merchant's alchemy allowed him to turn the complicated relationships between goods and people into a spring from which money would gush forth. He pictured a sheet of yellowed parchment in his mind. On it he drew sketch after sketch of the first situation, and gradually the page became a treasure map. So, where was the treasure? When he put the question to himself, licking his lips, his left hand reached the door of the inn room and opened it. He had almost no memory of when he'd come all the way back to the inn. But that was not why he fell silent. Horo, perhaps refreshed after a nap, had been grooming her tail, but now she hid it behind her back as she regarded him. "What's the matter?" said Lawrence suddenly. After weathering a purposefully cautious look from the evidently now sober Horo. "I shan't abide it," she said. "Huh?" "I shan't abide my tail being sold," said Horo, letting a bit of her tail show from behind her, like a shy maiden peeking out from behind a tree, before she concealed it again. Lawrence naturally understood. His face had been consumed by his merchant self. "I'm no hunter," he said with a smile, and a shrug as he entered the room, closing the door behind him and walking over to the desk. "Oh no? You looked as though you were ready to sell anything you possibly could." Horo's glance fell but once upon the package Lawrence held, then came back to his face. "Yes, well, I'm a merchant. I buy from one person to sell to another. It's basic principle." All merchants desired money, but when they forgot exactly what kind of merchant they were, that desire for money would run wild. And when that happened, things like trust and ethics were nowhere to be found. In their place was only avarice. So no. I will not be taking your tail from you. Though when summer comes, should you decide to shear some of your fur off, I'll happily collect and sell that," said Lawrence as he leaned against the desk. Still sitting on the bed, Horo childishly stuck her tongue out at him before sticking her tail in her hands again. For Lawrence's part, he had no interest in seeing Horo's tail sans fur. "So, what is that?" asked Horo, looking at the package Lawrence held in one hand as she nibbled on her tail. This is indeed. If you can guess from the scent alone what part of the animal what part of what animal this is from. I'll buy you as much as your favorite foods for dinner as you want. Oh. Hodo's eyes flashed. I think there's some garlic in there, but you should be fine. Lawrence came away from the desk and gave Hodo the package, whereupon her expression turned immediately serious, and she sniffed the wrapped food carefully. Looking for all the world like a wolf, there was nothing so rare in and of itself, but her manner was so charming that Lawrence could help but stare. Hodo seemed to notice his gaze. She suddenly looked up at him, scowling. She was comfortable being nude in front of him, but apparently this was a stare she could not abide. Lawrence supposed that everyone had his or her idiosyncrasy. He obediently began to turn around, but then stopped short. I'm sure no proud wise wolf would be thinking of sneaking a look inside the package while my back is turned, he said. Hodo's expression did not change, but the tip of her tail gave a sudden twitch. Evidently, he hit the bullseye. He had to be careful. She had senses beyond those of ordinary humans. Hodo gave a theatrical sigh, then turned away, her mouth in a pout that Lawrence sure had a tinge of guilt to it. Patience, she said irritably, and sniffed the package again. Lawrence discreetly averted his eyes. Presently, the sound of a girl sniffing back tears echoed uncomfortable through the room. Lawrence deliberately turned his attention to the clamor that filtered through the room's window. It was a fine day, so sunlight also found its way through the window. It was indeed cold, but having a room with a window was still a fine thing. A warm, windowless room would have made Lawrence feel like he was hibernating in a cellar somewhere. Hodo's judgment had been excellent. Okay. Gold. I will hydrate. Thank you, Lars. Side note, Lars, I'm glad it looks like you're having fun in the server. And thank you for the head back card. Well now. The sound of her voice, Lawrence turned both his attention and gaze back to Hodo. Have you figured it out? Quite. It was. There were, of course, any number of animals whose meat was cooked and served. It was easy enough to tell them apart from taste and texture. But what about by scent alone? Even if it was something so rare and odd as a tail meat from a flat-tailed rodent. Even if Horo knew of the existence of such a creature, the odds of her having eaten it were low. Perhaps is a bit mean-spirited. But Lawrence had offered her the freedom to eat whatever she liked for dinner in exchange. So, what's the dinner? Or what's the answer? He asked, whereupon Horo regarded him with an angrier face than her positive answer had led him to expect. I must say, it seems a bit unfair given the conditions you proposed. You should have said so in the first place, he said. I suppose so. Horo gazed vaguely at the door as though thinking something over. It had been a simple bet, though even the clever Horo had no room to maneuver with her typical quibbles. The simplest contracts were always the strongest. So, the answer? Lawrence asked again. Horo's face suddenly showed total defeat. Though it was mean-spirited of him to think so, he couldn't help feeling that he wanted to see his face a bit more often. It's only for a moment. Just as a thought crossed Lawrence's mind, Horo's expression shifted to one of triumph. I do not know the name of the creature, but it's a large rodent tail, is it not? Lawrence had no words. He was stunned. I told you it seemed a bit unfair, said Horo with a malicious giggle as she had begun to open the package. You knew? If you'd accused me of opening the package and sneaking a look, I was thinking of ordering so much food for dinner you'd break down in tears. But I suppose I shall show mercy. The food within the cloth wrapping had been carefully rolled in strips of bark, tied with fine tendrils. It would be nearly impossible to peek inside without disturbing the contents. In any case, looking at the finished meal did not make the original form any easier to guess. Horo must have somehow been familiar with it. I'm a wise wolf, don't you forget it. There's nothing in this world I don't know, she said, flashing her fangs. It was an obvious exaggeration, but her conviction was so strong that it was hard to dismiss. As she undid the tendrils and removed... God damn it. Try that again. As she undid the tendrils and removed the tree bark, steam rose up from the food. Horo narrowed her eyes in pleasure, wagging her tail. It's not quite accurate as to say I knew, said Horo, mimicking Lawrence's tone. The meat had been cut into small slices, and as they were, there really was no way to discern their origin. Horo picked up one of the pieces, tilted her head back, and slowly lowered the bite into her open mouth. She closed her mouth and her eyes. She closed her mouth and her eyes and chewed languorously. It must have been delicious. Yet there was something different about her manner. Yes, indeed, said Horo. Instead of her usual hurried devouring of her food, which gave one the impression that she was worried it might have been taken from her at any moment, Horo ate slowly, savoring the flavor as though it made her remember something. The master of this inn said something like this. Did he not? She continued, licking the oil from her fingers and looking at Lawrence. The months and years weather even stone buildings. To say nothing of memories, said Lawrence. Hodo nodded, satisfied, and gave a small sigh as she looked at the windows, squinting a bit through the brightness. Do you know what lingers longest in memory? Another strange question. Was it a person's name, numbers, figures, images of one's home? These notions appeared one after another in Lawrence's mind, but Hodo's answer was completely different. 'Tis scent. You know, that stays longer than all else. Lawrence cocked his head in confusion. We forget things we've seen and heard so easily, but scents alone remain clear and distinct. Hodo looked at the food and smiled. That does mean a lot, Lars. Glad you're here. Actually, I really should do this. There you go. Her smile was what seemed so tragically, or what seemed so upsettingly out of place to Laura. It was soft, almost nostalgic. I had no memory of this town, she continued. To be quite honest, it was a bit worrisome. You weren't sure whether you'd ever really had come here. Hodo nodded, and she seemed entirely truthful. Now that he thought about it, Lawrence felt he had finally understood why Hodo had been so constantly playful. This food, I remember it so vividly. It's a strange creature after all, so even in the past it was considered special. They'd put each one caught on a spit and roast them magnificently, holding the food in her hands like it was a favorite kitten sleeping in her lap. She looked up. I wondered if that's what you brought back, but when I smelled it, I nearly cried out from memories. And that was a turning point. So you did that on purpose? Now that he thought about it, the idea of Hodo actually doing something so shallow as to sneak a look inside the package while his back was turned seemed a bit strange. And when he looked away again, perhaps she had been crying a bit. Are you saying I'm the sort who would take advantage of another's goodwill? You take advantage of me all the time, shot back Lawrence. And he saw Hodo flashing her usual fanged grin. So then, said Hodo, beckoning to Lawrence. Harboring a bit of suspicion, he approached her guardedly until she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him in close. I shan't forget this scent either. He'd expected the words along those lines, but Lawrence found he could not manage his usual comeback, as Hodo buried her face in his chest, unmoving. She was no mere traveling companion. He could look at her ears and tail and work his own form of mind reading on her. Nor will I, he replied. And with a soft sigh, he stroked her head with his hand. Hodo rubbed the corners of her eyes on his clothing and smiled awkwardly. You sound a dunce when you say it so. I'll not forget that either. Lawrence gave a forced smile. I'm sorry. Hodo smiled, rubbed her nose, and then smiled again. It was back to her old self. So, it seems I have indeed visited this town. There must be some legends of you left here. He didn't add in books somewhere, but Hodo would certainly notice and appreciate his consideration. On the other hand, if he didn't take such care, it would be impossible to avoid accidentally stepping on her tail. So then, what news did you manage to hear tell of? Asked Hodo, like a mother asking her child to boast about some new knowledge he had acquired. She never stayed frail for long. This time around, it's going to be a lot of fun, began Lawrence. Hodo listened closely as she ate the tail meat. Either Ordling. You know what? How far should I try going? We're up to page 67. That's another 60 pages to go. You know what? I'm gonna go get some food real quick, and how about we just hang out for a second? Let's see how everybody's doing today. I think what I'll try end up doing is, since this was an 80-page chapter, we'll do about 40 pages today, and then we'll save another 40 for next week. And we'll just kind of hang out and chat and whatever for about 4 hours. How about that? I'll go ahead and play an ad. Well, that's about to start anyway, so. I will also update who I am lurking. Let's lurk you. And also rate it out. Let's go ahead and lurk. Oh, okay, Lars. Have a good day at work, and hopefully you drive safe. We're back. Okay. Yeah. You know what, I think I'll go to about 4 o'clock today. Oh, I just realized something fucked up here. That is supposed to loop. Why were you not looping? Supposed to loop. Oops. That's a big old oops. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, how's everybody doing today? No. Well, still, I am fucking happy to have. Thank you. Thank you all. You know, one of these days, should we just like have a little stream where we're just going through clips and whatnot? Yeah, that could be fun. Actually, speaking of clips, I want to send one to Hi there, Amby. And so far, so good. We're not finishing this chapter today. This chapter is like 80 some odd pages. So, thinking we'll probably just go up to about 40 pages and then do the last 40 next week. Nah. Yeah. Glad to have everybody here. I haven't seen that pop up, have I? Did I not turn that on? Submit. Huh. Not work. IT. YouTube? There, okay. Apparently the shortened version of that's not working. Yeah, whatever. Okay. BRB for one more bit. There we go. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that today. Yeah, let's do that today. Oh, what's up, Ambi? Thank you. Let's see. I'm sure it'll probably be boring, but after we reach the stopping point I got for today, you guys just kind of want to hang out while I clean up my desk. Kind of a fuck it, why not thing. Oh. I'm just saying, like, in the stream itself, it's like I could probably join in the VC or something while I'm doing that, but yeah. In the end, they had two reasons to meet Rigolo, the town chronicler and secretary for this Council of 50. The first was to ask if any legends of Horo remained, and to have him show them the records where such legends might be found. The second was to discover the particulars of the town, or how the town came to be in the situation it presently faced. Thank you for the lurk, Riker. The latter reason was purely a result of Loris's occupational sickness, and given the precedent set on their travels thus far, Horo listened to the explanation, but was none too pleased. In point of fact, if Lawrence had been asked whether it was really necessary to risk the danger involved in performing the financial alchemy it would take to suck money through the cracks in this current conflict, the answer was no. It was not. Given the profit he had managed to make in the pagan town of Kumerson, as long as he continued to quietly ply his trade for a while longer, the day when he would be able to open his own shop was not so very far off, in which case, he would do better to use his time frugally, carrying his goods and turning his profits, rather than to risk sticking his neck out into a dangerous speculation. In the long term, spending his time in town quietly and carefully making business connections would be much better for Lawrence's future profits. Thank you, Ambi. Not being a merchant, Horo didn't use terms like future profits, but her gist was the same. You're not short on money, so relax. Simply standing there in the room was cold, so as they talked, Hodo crawled into her bed and eventually started dozing off. Lawrence sat down on her bed as they spoke, and Hodo had, with no particular intent, slowly grasped his hand in hers. Having sat there on the bed and quietly passed the time, having sat on the bed and passed the time quietly talking, Lawrence had to admit that Hodo was absolutely right. The fact was, though, the no traveling merchant was so easygoing as to idle away his time in a town. Particularly not while they were mid-journey. He wanted her to understand that, but it was probably impossible. It was perhaps fortunate, however, that Lawrence couldn't do anything immediately. Given the situation in Lenos, none of the members of the Council of 50, including Rigolo, would casually meet a foreign merchant. Since the affair centered around the fur trade that was the town's lifeblood, meeting with a merchant of an unknown background would be deeply suspicious and tantamount to societal suicide. No, Lawrence would not be able to see a council member, which meant if he wanted to engage one, he would need a mediator. Yet, when Lawrence rethought the question of whether that would be really necessary, it was hard to convince himself of it. And if he were to force the issue, it would make a bad impression. They would never see the records of Hodo. No, outwardly, Hodo pressed Lawrence to hold back and not get involved. Deep in her heart, there was no question that given an opportunity to see those records, she would want to. He couldn't risk anything that would endanger their ability to do that. As he thought it through again and again, he eventually became aware of the sound of Hodo's breathing as she slept. When she was hungry, she ate. When she was tired, she slept. Indeed, she was as free as any beast. And those who spent their days constantly toiling to keep their bellies full had dreamed of such a life at least once. Thank you for the headbat, Ambi. Lawrence couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of the fact that the life that Hodo took for granted. He extracted his hand from hers and lightly brushed her polished porcelain cheek with the back of his index finger. Once she had fallen asleep, even a tap wouldn't wake her. At Lawrence's touch, her expression clenched in irritation. Her eyes stayed closed as she buried her face in the blanket. It was a quiet, happy moment. Nothing happened save for the passage of time itself. But this was one of the things Lawrence wished for when he drove his cart alone. The merchant knew this for near certainty, and yet in the bottom of his heart, he felt a distinct impatience, a feeling that he was wasting this time. Hi, Goth. How are you doing? He couldn't help feeling that if this wasn't making money or collecting information for his business, he was sustaining a loss he would never be able to recover. The merchant's spirit is his flame that never goes out. his master had said. But that flame might very well have been a hellfire, charring his flesh. When one was alone, the flame provided warmth. But with two, he felt it was too hot. Hodo's smile, especially, was very warm. The world did not go as one wanted it to. Lawrence stood up from the bed and paced around the room. If he wasn't going to get involved in the happenings of Lenos, then he at least wanted to understand the details for his own enlightenment. The best way he could do that was to meet directly with a member of the Council of 50. In order to get unbiased information, a witness who didn't represent any particular interested party would still be more desirable. It was a chronicler and secretary Rigolo who best fit the description, but no council member would have any interest in meeting with an outsider. The problem began to seem intractable. Lawrence would have to take a different approach. But at the moment, his sole source of information was the barmaid. Widening this to include more information from the town merchants would involve significant effort. There were certainly any number of people using this machination or this machination or that to collect information. And Lawrence sincerely doubted that his own intellect and tactics would be enough to give him any advantage over the rest. Who knew how high the price for that information might rise, given the scope of the demand? Had it been a town where Lawrence had some acquaintance, he might have been able to get nearer the essence of things and to make something happen. If it was goods you wanted, money could buy anything, but for information, you had to have trust. In the face of this fascinating situation, Lawrence would just have to watch and wait. Feeling like a frustrated dog pacing back and forth in a room while enjoying a piece of meat, he could see through the tiny crack in the wall. Lawrence finally heaved a sigh. He felt as if he were moving further and further away from a merchant he wished to be. Even worse, the logic and prudence he should have long ago developed seemed to be gone. It was as though he had regressed to that period when he had just come of age, his head full of ridiculous get-rich-quick schemes. His feet were restless. He repeated the problem to himself, glancing at Hodo. Was it because this cheeky wolf girl was constantly pulling the rug out from under him? It seemed possible. He enjoyed talking with Hodo too much. That's why he had begun neglecting other things. Lawrence stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, shifting the blame might not have been a bad idea. It was a wasted opportunity, but the fur problem would have to wait, which meant that the next action would be to seek out information that would set them on the road to Nihira, still farther north from Lenos. If they were fortunate, the road would not yet have been rendered impassable with snow. They would move forward. Information on furs can be collected after that, Lawrence told himself as he left the room. Okay, let's go ahead and just chat until the ad is over. Thank you for the lurk, Skeeth. And thank you for the lurk, Ambi. Hopefully I don't put you to sleep too fast. Hmm. So, but no, Goth, it's always a pleasure to see you here. Hopefully you're doing well today. I really do need to talk to you. Been way too long. How are your dogs doing? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this as well. I'm just gonna go ahead and pin this message. Manually unpin. No. It's always a pleasure to see everybody here. Fucking happy to have you all here. I think I actually know that meal that just popped up on the HelloFresh thing. I definitely made that before. I look at the mashed potatoes with a scallion topping with kind of a brown. Maybe that was the Frank's Red panko topping on the chicken. There's not a whole lot of meals that they gave that had broccoli, so that kind of sticks out. There we go. There we go. And let's go ahead and continue on. Yeah, let's go ahead and get to like page 85. Yeah, there's a stopping point on page 85. Let's stop there. Lawrence came down to the first floor, where there was rustling sound coming from the corner of the cluttered filled room. There was neither lock nor lookout, but a good number of merchants still used the storehouse, it seemed. The rate was not too high, and some used it as a relay for their peddling, while others stored goods while their price fluctuated with the season. Lawrence would not have been surprised to learn that the odd smuggler or thief kept items there too. Though we heard the sound of someone tampering with goods at the storehouse. The person was in shadow, and Lawrence could not tell who it was. While Earl the innkeeper did not appear to think for one moment one of his guests was opening someone else's luggage. He only poured a bit of water on the fire, which had grown slightly too strong. A road to the north. While Harold had reacted to Lawrence's question about chroniclers this morning, though a child had asked him a difficult theological question. He seemed to be much more used to this sort of inquiry. He nodded slightly as if to say, well, in that case. Then, paying the flame no heed, he cleared his throat and spoke. Not much snow this year. I don't know where you're headed, but I don't reckon it'll be too hard. I'm making for Nirihira, as it happens. Harold's left eyebrow went up, and the sharp blue eyes buried in the deep folds of his eyelids glittered. Behind his merchant smile, Lawrence flinched a bit, and Harold continued, brushing a bit of the ash had flown up when he poured water in the bowls a moment earlier. Heading all the way into pagan country, eh? Well, I suppose that's merchants for you. Carrying money bags over their shoulders and heading off anywhere. Aye, and we throw them away on our deathbeds, Lawrence said, trying to lighten things up with the devout Harold. The innkeeper only gave a derisive snort. Ah, they're better. So, why bother earning it in the first place? Gaining it only to throw it away. It was something that many merchants pondered themselves. But Lawrence had heard an interesting answer to this question. You don't ask the same question when you clean a room, do you? Doing pretty well, better. Just trying to figure out where I should stop today, and I just figured it out. If money was trash, then profit was a collection of trash. A famous merchant in a southern country had repeated on his deathbed, saying that collecting and throwing away the money that polluted the world God had given man was the ultimate virtue. The clergy heard these words and were moved, but the merchants hid their uncertain smiles behind their wine cups, because the more successful one became, the less one's assets were concrete things. And the more they were numbers on certificates and entries in ledgers. Thus, if these written ledger entries and figures polluted the world, then the written teachings of God were no better. And so the irony was that those scriptures too should be thrown away for the betterment of the world. Such was the view of most merchants. Lawrence felt much the same way. He felt bad for Horo, but he would take the business of a successful merchant over prayers to gods that never answered any day. Harold chuckled. Fair enough, he said in an uncommonly amused tone. His mood had improved. He seemed more cheered by the irony behind Lawrence's words than the words themselves. Are you leaving soon? I seem to recall you giving me a good amount of coin for your stay. No, I expect to wait until the Council of 50 has finished their meeting. I see. You wanted to see Rugolo. You asked about a chronicler this morning, as I recall. That's a word I've not heard in some time. Hardly anyone looks to the past these days, said Harold, narrowing his eyes as he stared off into space. Perhaps this old man was looking back on his life thus far. But his gaze soon snapped back to Lawrence. Well, if you're heading north, it would be better to leave sooner. Your horse should be able to get you part of the way. But beyond that, you'd want a long hair and a sleigh. If you're in a hurry, that is. There was a long hair in the stable, wasn't there? Aye. Its master is a man from the north. I reckon he knows the route quite well. His name? Lawrence asked. Harold looked surprised for the first time. It was strangely charming. Huh. He's been coming here for some time, but I've never asked his name. He's fatter every year, too. Quite clear in my mind. Strange. I suppose these things happen. What sort of inn lacked even a guest register? He's a fur merchant from the north, Harold continued. He's all over town at the moment, but if I see him, I'll pass your question on. I'd be very grateful. Aye, but if you keep waiting for the Council of 50 to finish, you're liable to be here till spring, said Harold, putting the cup of mulled wine to his lips for the first time. This was the first time Lawrence had seen Harold so loquacious. He must have been in excellent spirits, Lawrence guessed. Will the meeting take so long? Lawrence asked, pressing for more information. Harold's face turned unreadable, and he fell silent. No doubt the best response if he hoped to live out his remaining years in peace, Lawrence thought. Lawrence was about to offer his thanks as a way of ending the conversation, but Harold then spoke, cutting him off. People's lives tend up and down, and so do the towns that they live in. After all, those towns are just groups of people. The words of a man who had retired from an active life. But Lawrence was still young. It's in people's nature to resist fate, I think. Just like how we seek forgiveness after making a mistake. Harold regarded Lawrence wordlessly with his blue eyes. There was anger in his gaze and scorn. But Lawrence liked the old man when he was like this, so he stood his ground. Harold chuckled. It's hard to argue with that. It's been pleasant talking with you. This is your third time at this inn, yes? What's your name? Though he had never asked the name of the fur merchant who's made long use of his inn, Harold now asked Lawrence his name. He wasn't asking as an innkeeper, but rather as a craftsman. When a craftsman asked the name of a customer, it was a mark of trust. They would complete the customer's order, no matter how difficult a request. Evidently, this old tannery boss liked Lawrence for some reason. Craft Lawrence, said Lawrence, extending his hand. Craft Lawrence, eh? I'm Harold Eklund. In the old days, I'd make you some fine leather strap work. These days, all I can offer is a quiet night. That's more than enough, said Lawrence, which Arnold smiled at for the first time, showing a broken tooth. Lawrence was about to leave when Arnold's gaze fell on something behind his ledger. Lawrence turned to look, but did not expect the person he saw there. It was a merchant Hodo had earlier claimed was a woman, still wearing the same robes and carrying a burlap sack in her left hand. She must have been the one Lawrence had heard rustling around the storeroom earlier. You didn't ask me until my 5th visit. You ask him his name so soon, Mr. Arnold, came the hoarse voice. If Hodo hadn't told him otherwise, Lawrence would still have assumed he was a male. An apprentice merchant just starting out. That's because I didn't talk to you until the 5th visit, said Arnold, glancing at Lawrence before continuing. And it's so rare that you open that mouth of yours. Are you as sociable as I am, then? Perhaps, said the woman, a smile worked beneath her cowl. Lawrence noticed that she didn't happen to have an especially thin beard for a man. Nope, definitely a woman. You there, she said, looking pointedly at Lawrence. Yes? We should talk. You have business with Regolo? If Lawrence had been Hodo, his ears would have twitched. Yes, he answered, confident enough that not a single hair on his beard so much as moved. At the mention of Regolo's name, Arnold turned away and reached for his wine cup. That was the effect that a merchant had these days when mentioning the name of one of the Council of 50s. Shall we go upstairs? The woman pointed up, and Lawrence had no objections and nodded. I'll take this, she said, grabbing a picture from behind Arnold's chair, then heading immediately up the stairs. Though they were not related, she seemed to know Arnold quite well. But what was their connection? Lawrence's mind was full of questions, but Arnold's face had returned to its normal, unsociable mien. He took his leave and followed the woman up the stairs. There was nobody on the second floor, and the woman immediately bent her knees and sat cross-legged in front of the fireplace. Her manner was that of someone used to sitting and standing in cramped places. If Lawrence had been a money changer, he would have figured her for a comrade in business. She certainly wasn't someone who started out in business just yesterday. I knew it. This wine is too good to waste by drinking it warm, he said after sampling the contents of the pitcher he had brought up. Lawrence sat down as well, wondering why the woman was suddenly so sociable, whether her behavior was genuine. If it wasn't genuine, what her goal could possibly be. After taking a couple of drinks with the wine pitcher, the merchant thrust it toward Lawrence. You seem like you got your guard up well. Can I ask why? While her cowl completely covered her face, obscuring her expressions from Lawrence. Evidently, he could see his face perfectly well. I'm a traveling merchant who does a lot of business with people I'll never see again. I suppose it's a habit, he said, taking a sip of the proffered wine. It was indeed good. The merchant woman looked at him evenly past her cowl. Lawrence gave the pained grin and confessed. Female merchants are rare. If one calls me over, I can't help but be on my guard a bit. He could tell that she was momentarily disturbed at his statement. It's been years since anyone figured that out. We passed this morning in front of the inn. My companion has a keen senses of a beast, you see. She was part beast in truth, and if Hodo had not been there, Lawrence would have never noticed the merchant was a woman. One shouldn't underestimate a woman's intuition. So, I suppose I'm not one to talk. I learn that lesson every day. Lawrence wasn't sure if she smiled or not, but in any case, the woman put her hand on her neck and loosened the string that held her cowl in place. Then, with a practiced hand, she drew back off her head. He watched her with a bit more anticipation than was polite. What intrepid visage might emerge? When he saw her face, Lawrence was not at all confident he had been able to perfectly conceal his surprise. Name's Fleur Boulogne. But Fleur is not much for intimidation, so I go by Eve. The woman, Fleur, or Eve, was young.
Ah,
Oh, wait.
it seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I'm just gonna say Hikar or Giselle. Yeah, Giselle sounds good. How are you doing? She was not so young that youth was her only virtue. She was old enough to be polished and refined, making her all the more beautiful. At a guess, Lawrence would have put her about his own age. Her eyes weren't just blue. They seemed forged from a blue steel. Her hair was short and blonde. If she smiled, she would look like an uncommonly beautiful boy. And when she wasn't smiling, she looked like a wolf. A wolf that would bite your finger off if you tried to touch it. I'm Kraft Lawrence. Kraft or Lawrence? In business, Lawrence. You can call me Eve. I'm none too fond of Boulogne. And I know all too well how I look to men when I wear makeup and a wig. I don't like that sort of compliment either. His initiative stolen, Lawrence was silent for a moment. I'd planned to hide it if I could, he continued. It surely being the fact of her sex. Not wanting to be discovered by anyone else, she replaced the cowl on her head and fixed it again with a tie. In his mind, Lawrence couldn't help picturing a knife wrapped in cotton. I'm not really not a particularly retiring person. If anything, I'm talkative and quite courteous if I do say so myself. For whatever reason, Eve was now being open and garrulous. So Lawrence matched her with small talk. She was a woman, yes, but hardly some sheltered princess. He had little reason to be nervous. You are an interesting fellow. I can see why the old man likes you, said Eve. Nice of you to say so, but I've only exchanged the briefest of pleasantries with you. I've no idea why you would be interested in me. Merchants don't get infatuated that easily. No, unfortunately, not quite. But you're no fool, you know this. Anyway, the reason why I talked to you was simple. I just wanted somebody to talk to. Judging by the features on the face beneath one cowl. Oh, damn. Okay. That was a yawn. Judging by the features on the face beneath the cowl. Something about her reminded Lawrence of Horo, despite Eve's slightly crude manners. If he wasn't careful, she'd pull the rug out from under him, just like Horo. And the reason you chose me for that particular honor is... One reason would be is that old Arold likes you. Got a good eye for people. Another reason would be your companion, the one who saw through my disguise. My companion? Yes, your companion. A girl, yes? If she had called Horo a boy, it would have been exactly the kind of story some wealthy, libertine nobleman would love. But Lawrence understood what Eve was trying to say. If he was traveling with a woman, he would be a safe person to talk to. It's one thing when I'm negotiating, but hiding the fact I'm a woman while making chit-chat is no easy thing. I know I'm unusual. It's not like I don't understand why someone would want me to take off the cowl sometimes. This is going to sound like a compliment, but if you were to take it off while you were drinking with some fellow merchants, I'm sure they would love it. Eve smiled with a lopsided smirk. And even that was an impressive gesture. Like I said, I think about those who I can chat with, and in the end, you need to be either an old geezer or with a woman. The female merchants were rarer than fairies. Lawrence couldn't even begin to imagine her day-to-day worries. You don't see merchants traveling with women very often. Clergy, perhaps. Or the odd artisan, or minstrel couple. But none of them have anything interesting to say to a merchant like me. Lawrence smiled a bit. Well, there are quite a few circumstances around my companion. And I won't be nosy. The two of you seem used to travel, and you don't seem connected by money, so I figured you'd be safe to talk to. That's all. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hold there for a bit. Got 4 more pages until we reach the point I chose to stop today. And then I will just kind of chat with you guys while I'm cleaning up the area that my desk is. And dust it off and reorganize a bit. Hope that's okay with y'all. Try your hands at it. A proper just chatting stream. Why not? um, anybody got plans going on today? There we go. Let's go ahead and finish up the pages here and then get to the hangout. Eve finished talking and held her hand out for the pitcher. It wasn't polite to hang onto the pitcher of wine that was being passed around in lieu of a cup, so Lawrence apologized and handed it back. Anyway, that's about the size of it. You can't just walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, how about a chat?" That's why I mentioned Rigolo's name. It wasn't just talk. You want to see him, right? Eve looked at Lawrence from underneath her cowl, but he couldn't read her expression at all. She was clearly an excellent negotiator. This hardly seemed like small talk to Lawrence. He answered carefully. "Yes, as soon as I can." "Might I ask why?" Lawrence could not imagine why she would want to know this. It may have been simple curiosity, or she wanted to use that knowledge somehow, or she was testing Lawrence based on his response, being asked such a question. If Hodo had been with him, he would have had an advantage, but as it was, he felt like he was being cornered. The situation was frustrating, but he would have to go on the defensive. "I've heard Rigolo is the town's chronicler. I'd like to ask him to let me see any of the old tales of Lenos." The subject of fur was too delicate to broach. As long as he couldn't see Eve's expression, it was dangerous to bring up. He had no cloak to hide behind. It would be easy for her to see if he was being too guarded. Nonetheless, Eve seemed to detect a certain truth to Lawrence's words. "Now, that's a strange reason. And here I was sure you'd want information on the fur trade." "Well, I am a merchant, so I wouldn't pass up that information if I could get it, but it's dangerous, and my companion doesn't wish it." Lawrence couldn't help but feel that tying any ham-fisted trickery in front of Eve would get him burned. It's true that the man's study is piled high with volumes passed down over the generations. His dream is to be able to spend his days reading them. I hear he's always going on about how he wants to resign his position as Secretary of the Council of 50. Is that so? Quite. He's not a very sociable fellow to begin with, but his position means he knows all the ins and outs of the council, so there's no end of people trying to cozy up to it. If you try to just go up and see him, he'd give you the evil eye and send you away at the gate. Admirably, Lawrence managed a neutral "I see," but he doubted that Eve thought he was as neutral as he tried to seem. Eve was, after all, hinting that she would be able to introduce Lawrence to Rigolo. "Oh, indeed. So, if that's what you're interested in, I do quite a bit of trade with the church here. Rigolo normally works as a scribe for the church, you see. I've known him for some time." Lawrence did not question her. If he was to do so, there was danger that he would reveal his own motivations, which she would easily be able to see. So he spoke the plain truth. "It would certainly be of great help to me if you could arrange for me to see those records," Lawrence said. The corner of Eve's mouth might have quirked for a bit, but perhaps it was his own imagination. She seemed to be enjoying something about this exchange. Aren't you going to ask me what I trade in? You didn't inquire after the occupation of my companion, so I'll extend you the same courtesy. This conversation made Lawrence nervous in a way entirely different from his exchanges with Horo. And yet, this is fun, he thought to himself. Which is why, when a chuckle echoed through the room, he didn't realize it wasn't from him for a moment. Excellent, excellent indeed. More than a few times I'd hoped to meet a young merchant with a female companion. I'm truly glad I spoke up, Lawrence. I don't know whether you're as remarkable as you seem, but you're surely not some two-copper peddler. I'm honored by your compliments, but I'd ask you to wait a moment before shaking my hand. Eve grinned. Her smile reminded him so much of a certain someone that he half expected to see sharp canines bared. I know you're not some sweaty, palmed fool, said Eve. Your face has been unreadable from the start. I can see why Old Man Arnold likes you. Lawrence accepted the flattery. Well then, instead of asking you what it is you deal in, why'd I ask a different question? Eve smiled still, but Lawrence was quite sure her smile did not reach her eyes. And what might that be? How much will your introduction fee be? Lawrence dropped a pebble in the dark and bottomless well. How deep was it? And was there water at the bottom? Presently, the sound echoed back to him. I'll ask for neither coin nor goods. Lawrence wondered if she was thirsty, but she offered him the pitcher. She continued. All I ask, that you chat with me. The wetly sentimental echo had returned. Lawrence wiped his face clean at the emotion as he coolly regarded Eve for a statement. Eve chuckled and shrugged. You're good, but no, it's not a lie. It's only natural that you'd think it's strange. Someone I can talk to without hiding the fact I'm a woman, and a merchant, to boot. It's worth more than a Limar gold. A lesson in Lumio? Her reaction to some teasing would reveal the depth of her character. Eve seemed to know this. I'm a merchant. In the end, money is what matters most, she replied with an even smile. Lawrence laughed. With someone like this to talk to, he could easily chat all night. But I don't know what sort your companion is. I prefer my conversations uninterrupted. A sulky companion spoils the wine. Lawrence searched his memory. Was Horo the sort to be jealous over such things? He felt she had been somewhat irritated by Nora the shepherdess. But had that not been because of her profession? I don't think that would be a problem. Oh, nothing is more mysterious in the heart of a woman. I myself don't understand a whit of what they talk about. Lawrence opened his mouth to speak, then thought better of it. Eve chuckled. Still, I'm here for business. I can't afford to waste time, but if we get along, then I'd be pleased to have your acquaintance. I may look harsh, but you're actually talkative and sociable, right? At Lawrence's counterattack, Eve laughed, her shoulders shaking with girlish delight, despite her low, hoarse voice. Quite right. Her words were casual, but they had the tone of sincerity. Lawrence had no notion of how a single woman would come to tread the path of a merchant, but any woman who could swim in the whirlpools of avarice that made up the mercantile world was a force to be reckoned with. No doubt she avoided casual conversation out of simple self-defense. He took a drink of wine from the pitcher, then stood and headed for the stairs to the third floor. Well, so long as my companion isn't jealous, he said. That's a terrible condition indeed. The two merchants smiled wordlessly at each other. There we go. That works. That is the stopping point I'd chosen. There's about 40 pages left in the chapter. We can finish that up. Yeah. We can finish that up when we come back next week. Yeah, I should be able to do it next week. Fuck it, let's try next week. And let's just go ahead and hang out while I just kind of clean up a bit. First things first, I gotta take some stuff out of the room. So I will be... go ahead and play a long ad, and then I'll be right back. Okay. Wait, no. There we go. Wait. Wrong one. I clicked the wrong button again. But still. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully well. It's all still there. Displays I have my. Ah, there's Sasuke. Kind of cleaning up. Ah. So, I have a little photo figurine on my desk as well, so totally not a fan of Spice Wolf ever. Hi there, Cornwallis. No longer reading, but we are just kind of hanging out. I planned on going from between 12 and 4 and finished a little ahead of schedules. Just taking the time to hang out while I clean up my desk a little bit. Hi there, Tiger. I figure it's probably a little too for cleaning anyways. Oh, definitely. Oh, the back of this thing. But yeah. So what's everybody up to today? Huh? I lost. What's it? Ew. We're out of the blue question. Are you gonna be streaming this Tuesday? Don't think so. Why? What's up? A meeting and looking at Minecraft mod packs to play? Oh. Oh. What kind of mod of Minecraft you play, huh? There we go. And then wanting another one to play. I gotta say, if you guys want, we have a community Minecraft server for the Otakami group. Just something that you have to be part of the Discord server to play. Then I can invite you directly. technically 2 servers, because I have my Bedrock server, that's vanilla. I have... Or Bedrock Realm, sorry. That's fair. What we have probably falls more under the heavy side. I'm just gonna go ahead and flip my camera down while I'm just talking. No, I'm not avoiding it. I answered it directly. I don't know if I'm playing Tuesday. Yeah. Give me an answer if I myself don't know. Not an answer that probably satisfy. Cat fluff everywhere. Okay. That. Sweet. Save these. Is. So yeah. You probably will care. There's a reason I wanted to know Tuesday. Oh, fuck yeah. Well, happy early birthday there, Tiger. I don't have any plans to stream, I don't think. Actually, one sec, let me check something. Techie makes my schedule, so let's see. Do you have anything in there? Tuesday the 6th. No plan to stream. We have a community Minecraft server, and I opened up my private realm for my community as well. God, I need to get this on a. Get this monitor on a wall mount. Actually, better, more effectively. Get more of my fucking desk space back. Let's see. Amazing girl who will tickle, punch, bite, cuddle, and kiss you. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Can agree with that one, Tiger. Server like, it is very much modded. We use a medieval mod pack. Admittedly, I spend most of my time on my own little area, trying to like build up my colony. So yeah, that's admittedly where I spend most of my time. I think the actual counter for the mods is 315, give or take. And it can be as hard as you want it to be. It's something built in where it's something built in where the closer you are to spawn, the lower the levels are. They go up to level 100. It's like, I could probably fall asleep and maybe... Like, I could probably take a fucking nap at my computer in a level 2 area and be fine. Whereas the level 100 area... I know when something touches me because I see my totem of undying pop. A fucking snake one-shots my ass. Oh, I should have penned that out, but it's very simple. we had more people playing before. You know how people get Minecraft phases? They're like hopelessly addicted for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. But Minecraft being what it is an amazing no-brain game, and well, I like my no-brain stuff. So I'm on there quite frequently. My girlfriend is as well. But it's one of those things where, like, I know people come and go and they come back and whatever. So I try to keep it active so it's there when people want to come back. Shit. Not there. Gosh. Yep. There. Trash. Save. Save. Save all this. I need to unplug this. Or get on a better plug. Man, it's getting annoying. No, we will be actually, speaking of Power World Tiger, I will be getting Power World probably this week, and also hosting a dedicated server for my community as well. So, friends and community, that will be something that is stream safe for those who want to stream. So obvious rules will apply. Another thing in the near future, Tiger, you'll have fun with this one. Zed here, I will hopefully be playing some D&D with. It will be on stream, as far as I'm aware. Zed, correct me if I'm wrong at any point. It will be on stream, and it is something to where the viewers can interact or influence the game with either money or points. Knowing how the DM is, because I've seen him before. Tiger, you'll enjoy it. In particular, you'll enjoy it. The Minecraft server. Are you already in? Are you already in our Discord server? Oh, what feeling? Different stream. Be dandy ace for the built-in. Fair enough. Yeah, that game is. Shit. Okay. Do the Discord command, and we'll be able to work you in that way. As I said, it is something. It is a server. The intent is to be hosted pretty much exclusively for those who are in the Discord community. At least that's the intent of it. So. Okay. Sorry, I haven't joined. I'm addicted to this public one. Fair enough. No, you're good. That I've known you long enough. You're good. Okay. As I said a bit ago before y'all joined, I'm currently just taking the advantage of. I set aside 4 hours to stream today for reading, and we kind of called it before the 4-hour mark. So I'm just cleaning up. I need to get. Okay. So now for the last call to arms. Oh, oh god. No, no, it's good. I really need to get fucking more comfortable with actually accepting people that way. Like, especially if I want to do this for a living, I need to be more comfortable, confident. I had the bad habit of feeling like what I'm doing is not worth it. I want to do more. I want to make it worth it, y'all. Subbing. I don't think I'm gonna get. Don't think I'm gonna be good at asking for money in general. I have to be better at accepting it. Such a bad habit where I just keep on. Never feel like I've earned it. There's so much more I could do. There's so much more I could say. There's so much. Just everything. That's why I'm so fucking thankful for the people who do sub. Somehow, somewhere, some people out here am worthy of support. And that fucking means the world to me. Like, there's no amount, there's nothing, there's no price I could put on that. It's like, and thank you. Oh yeah. Good. Then either call this company or matters self. There. There. Uh, let's see. Wasn't on fun though. Just well, I'm glad you do. Thank you. Wait, Corn. That's what I mean. I gotta get over my fucking instinct to like try to dissuade people. How automatic that was for me. But no, you're good, Zed. Seriously, you're good. Let's see. There. Blue guy right there again.
I forgot a gifted sub before.
Wait. Thank you, man. Thank you, Gordon Wallace. Do what I'm doing. People pay the coffee to read it. That unironically is. I have part of my Discord where Tier 2 can request certain lines. I do a bunch of script challenges. Oh god, I need more again. But I do random readings, I do script challenges, and I will also do requests. But that is behind Tier 2. My whole reasoning for that is my little sister's Tier 1. I don't want to have it just behind Tier 1. I don't want my sister to see that. I'm open about that fact. No. Sure, if you are still lurking, please never go to. Okay. So. Two. There. That'll work. Definitely far from perfect. But it's cleaner than it was earlier. Hi there, Panda-chan. Hopefully you're doing well. Just, I reached a stopping point. Chapter 2 is about 80 pages. I knew I wasn't going to read all 80, so I stopped about an hour ago. And just kind of been chatting. Okay, there's a few pops. Yeah, it's been a little while since I stretched. Thank you. I was trying to take care of me, huh? Yeah. Let's see. And while I'm sitting here, let's go ahead and make it all the way in. Oh my fucking god, Milo, what? Jeez, buddy. Okay. So, yeah. Cornwallis, you were asking about... Nope. Wait, wrong one. Ignore that one. Right. No invites. There we go. I hope you're all doing well today, or as well as you can be. I don't know how long I might have been muted. I hope it wasn't for too terribly long. But Cornwallis, you do have a invite to the Minecraft World server. Update who I am lurking on the other sides. That's all good. Yeah. I thank you all. Just I get to actually just I love the fact that I'm able to just sit here or just hang out with y'all and just I love it. And I don't know what I would do if I didn't have the people I met through. Some of the best friends I've ever had. Some of the best best friends I could ever fucking ask for. And to have so many memories made. So many things I could do with y'all. And that it's not out of the question to be able to meet some of you. I'm so fucking happy to be able to have this opportunity. Really am. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, fucking just everybody. People who come here daily. People who message me, the people who chat in the server. Even if it's just somebody you just pop in every once in a while. I am just one asshole on the internet, and y'all chose to come here. Thousands upon thousands of people who are live on Twitch. Some dickhead out of 8 billion people. Y'all come here. Thank you. Best. And Tiger, I thank you all because there wouldn't be a community without the people in it. I'm just glad I was able to find you all. Or you were all able to find me. Suppose it goes both ways. So. I got some more stuff to do here. But we did reach the 4-hour timer that I was wanting to reach today. Well, close enough to it. So. Let's go ahead and give some love to... Oh, actually... Yeah. Go say hi to them. An egg. Well, I'm glad. It's honestly amazing the people I've met doing this. Hey, even though she didn't say anything, Panda-chan, I've known her for a little over a year now. I think our first collab was just over a year ago. And I am so fucking proud to be able to call her a friend. Zed, known you for 2.5 years? Probably. And Tiger, we're going on 2 years knowing each other. Cornwallis, you came in rather recently. I've known Goth about a year and a half. How long is that? Oh no, shit, 1 year. They've been following me since. Well, it'll be 1 year in 3 days. Ambi about 6 months ago. Alaris I just met. I'm glad to know everybody. 2 years, 1 month. Not bad for off the cuff, huh? But yeah, it really has been. Although, if you want one person who's been following me for a long while on Twitch, let's see if I can type in somebody's name. Oh, it's been longer than that. My Twitch account is old. December 24th, 2017. But because I didn't use it for a few years, it's counting. It's not counting. Like, Mobby's been following me since the beginning. I made this account. Like, I made the jump to Twitch as a primary. Wait a minute. Was he not following me since the beginning? Hobby? God. I made the Twitch jump primarily back in April of 2021. So I've been streaming on Twitch actively primarily for 3 years. Going on 3 years. But I've been streaming in general. The day I count as my actual anniversary is October the 22nd of 2017. And it's been one hell of a wild ride. I love this group that's here. Well, even if we're not friends, still happy to see you here, Cornwallis. I don't intend for that to take it personally. Due to my upbringing, I have some severe trust issues. 10 years of bullying will do that to you. But I'm happy to meet and know who I can. And for those that I do consider friends, or those I am close to, Know that I am still here because of y'all. Thank you. You know what? For me, it was from 3rd grade until 12th grade. Seventh grade being the worst. Seventh grade, I almost didn't make it. That's why I want to try giving back as much as I can. I know what it feels like being that low. And if I can help people through that low, I want to. That's not a feeling I wish upon anybody. Oh. I'm glad. But, you know what? Let's go ahead and raid a great friend of mine. She's playing some Lethal Company. I've known Raymine for two years? Almost exactly 2 years, I think. So I was gonna give just can't forget what I never knew how to do, Cornwallis. That's why it's so instinctual for me to like, no, you don't have to. Like, it takes a conscious effort for me to shut my fucking mouth and just actually let you guys give me what you want to give. But yeah. Take care, everybody. Give Ray some love. I'll be back in a little under 3 hours for some Doom. So. Take care, y'all. See y'all soon enough. And